So just a heads up, Jeff Bezos is currently speaking in an interview with CNBC.
Hello, hello. Kind of a hard area here on ES. It's the same absorption from yesterday. This like 35 to 54 area. We'll see what they do. I mean the low was pretty solid, like very clearly sell side trying to take in down there. Into that 285, 295 and just like absolutely ruined. But like Ty posted, it's just like we're back to the same levels here. Um, I'm kind of curious to see what they do. I mean, here's like the most obvious chart I can show you um, to make it as easy as a visual as possible. Right. Okay, of course it's too big for trading view. Right, like you can literally see where all of this absorption has been occurring up into these highs, this 35 area, which is where we're trading now. And then these lows where we got our secondary sell that pushed us down. You can see the bid now trying. So this is our balance for the moment. Um, yeah. So until we flip this, not a ton here. You can see our indicators also showing that that's absorption there as well. What's up, Mabasa? Some pretty clear absorption at 20 to 40 as well, like I said on NQ. We've spotted on footprint. We're pushing down to this 50 to, what do we actually call this? It's like 45 to 900. Let me mark that real quick. This is our pullback area. Let's watch as we push into this ETH high on NQ, and Russell comes down into VWAP. RTY almost to VWAP. Watching our 900 as we push into RTY view up here. Wait for Russell to find a low. NQ is going to get a bit more volatility. Pulling back into ES here, into this big node. Watch to see if we get this bid off of our VWAP. It should give us a pretty strong reaction across the market. This is ES into our lower pivot now, just like we talked about. Right? We drew two lines, right? Two zones. So that's the full rotation back down to the low with Russell bouncing into our 300. And our bounce. Yeah. So let's see what they do with it now. And they're taking a decent amount of size here on ES. NQ, not really anything crazy yet. Just pushing back down into VWAP. Russell coming down into our 30-second opening range. I mean, I think that this area has a lot of potential, but we just need to see some absorption first. New 15's open here in a second, but I think this area will be pretty reactive. If ES is any sort of sign. Just give it a minute. Again, just really watching this 290, 300 area on ES with Russell coming down. This is just the bottom of our range. So I just want to see if we're going to flip this and make it resistance, or if we're going to continue to absorb here at 290, 300 on ES with Russell coming down into this low. Again, nothing's changed. It's just an inside candle on NQ so far. ES, again, just bottom of range, nothing crazy. 250? I mean, maybe. I mean, there's so much absorption down here. I'm not touching it. I think that this is a terrible place to try to take a short, personally. There's like, I mean, thousands of contracts that have been absorbed down here into 290. I'm not touching this at all. This could easily pop back up and make a new high if there's any buying that starts happening. So I mean, if it goes to 250, it's going there without me. I think that this is a low until proven otherwise. We just haven't seen the right side of the V yet. I don't need to knife catch it, but I do think that I need to see a bit more information. Again, it's just the bottom of our range, so I just need to see what we're gonna do. I mean, there's very clearly someone trying to take in size at 300, but like I posted above, like there's just so much absorption happening down here. I got to see what we do with it. Um, yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, we'll see. It's hard because like there's I don't know. I mean, like I have a general idea of like where we're gonna go, and I can see like where we're rejecting currently. But like if I don't see exactly what I want, then I tend to not take the trade regardless. Like I need my setup. I need to see the trapped. I need to see that secondary participant. Right now I'm just seeing like selling, but not. It's like, okay, yeah, we can go down to, this level, but is that worth me putting risk on in the market if it doesn't meet my criteria, but I could see where we're headed? It's hard to, because if I start to justify those trades, then all of a sudden, I'm over trading quite a bit.
Bezos says, I think we're going to have labor scarcity because of AI.
I don't know. I'm just going to keep an eye on this area. I really do think that there's a potential big bounce coming, but maybe I'm wrong. But because I feel that way, I don't want to take anything so that I don't, fade a trend down, but without an entry for me. I don't know, I'm really worried about this area on ES though. I mean, there's so much size that's been taken in down here.
Ten minutes ago now to get the EI natural gas change data. Forecast is for a build of 100 BCF, prior was a build of 95 BCF.
Yeah, I mean it's like 3,000 contracts at 290. Like I can't be bothered to try to, like, it's just not it, bud. There's our bid. Watch our reaction into VWAP on Russell. See if we can get over this 300 after that bid at 290. You know, the problem is that we need follow through up here, or all we do is trap, and then that gives them another chance. Yeah. back over 300. RTY continuing to push up off of our lows. 290 held, 300 flip, rotation. See what happens into 315. I'd love to see this 310, 315 go bid for a move up to 35. If we can do it, that would be ideal for another rotation of our balance like we talked about. Let's see what they do here.
Bezos says that I may buy parts of companies who can benefit from tech.
There should be a a seller into 315 that then built out a little bit of a flag here. And then let's go from there.
Bezos
Really
also
nice
says
bid
that
for
we will have
Elos,
an
though. Whatever you
early
thought that
product rollout.
absorption was.
Stay tuned for timing.
See if we can find a secondary participant here.
If I'm going to get the EI natural gas data, forecast is for a build of 100 BCF, prior was a build of 95 BCF.
Retesting VWAP is supportive here on NQ and ES. Russell as well, coming back down to our VWAP. Watching to see if we get a bounce here. Like we said, small seller sitting there at our 15. Now watching to see if we get a higher low. Or if this is going to fail and then rotate back down, trapping this liquidity here. This is our test. This is our retest of our bow low edge right into our 300 from our 290. Not really seeing a active buyer stepping in. I mean, they've got to be here, man. This is our edge test. We need to see a higher low bid, and then they got to push this. If they don't show up and they're not reactive, like this is not great. We want them here. We knew the sell side was going to be sitting here. We need to see an incredibly active bid, push us up, show us that interest, and then go up to that secondary target. This is Russell into our target. We want to see this flip.
1 minute ago, to get the
Same
natural
thing
gas
with
change data.
NQ here, higher low. If they can't do this, right, I mean, it's just gonna flip. I want to see this higher balance. We just rejected our mid. I'd like to see us push up to our highs, but again, we need to see this bid step up.
Ten seconds.
The key is to get over 900, 920 on NQ, or that's where that offer
Build a
sits.
108 BCF, a build a 108 BCF,
Very clearly
bigger
that
than
they're trying to take
expected,
it
build a
there
100 BCF.
on NQ. Into our 15s here again. If you're playing that bounce off of our 300, this is your 310, 315 first target. 21 above that, and then 34 above that on ES. Those are your targets. But again, we got to show interest over. This will just be another lower high that we put in here off of a failed bid to look above.
US natural gas futures extending losses down 3.1% after the EIA reported a bigger than expected storage build.
What a dead market. What is this? Well, you can see the absorption that happened into these highs on NQ. That's very clear on footprint. You can see, right? But we just like haven't been able to do anything. The seller is really trying here to push below, but has not been able to get below our value of our previous candles so far. So we're just ranging in between these two participants right now. If we can start to get follow through below, maybe there's something here, but until then, right, like it just feels like absolute ass. You can see like we're just stuck in this balance here. Um, but yeah, we've got this catalyst above on NQ. Russell's continuing to hold though. ES still hasn't found any interest below this 290-300 where we saw that big absorption. Um, yeah, I don't know. And it just looks like it's still very reactive down here into 300, 290. So until I see us like flip that, I just I have a very hard time trying to do anything other than either looking for a higher low long or waiting for this to flip and fade. Personally, I mean like Russell's looks good in my opinion. I don't know. I don't see anything yet that's telling me that it's like overall weak, but I mean we'll see. We're just holding previous day value high. Like I just like we get over 83, it just seems like it just goes. I don't know. I feel like this is just like the biggest short trap I've ever seen. But until we see someone like secondary that wants to take us out of here, it doesn't really matter. Like they can continue to absorb sells all day, but like if the bid doesn't want to step up, not great regardless. But 290, 300 is a very good bid. Like I can't stress that enough. It's the first thing I said when I came on, right? It's just like this balance that we're in. Very clearly they're taking down there. But we have to get over this 315 for this rotation back up to 335. Just keep an eye on Russell. It's holding view up. It's following pathing. NQ coming back up into this absorption high here into our 890, 940 area. I mean, it's what I have circled, right? We just need to see this flip, this 900. Show this interest. Then we can make our way up to 29K. This is your first risk off here if you're playing off of the 300. This 15 to 21 area is your first risk off on ES. Yeah, I mean you should just like leave a trail, but like today's balance, man, you don't really want to leave runners on balance days, um, unless you're willing to give them back. You know what I mean? You gotta know the environment you're trading. And yet we haven't really shown any interest to trade outside of balance yet. So like this 15 to 21 is a really good first target because it's the top of our mid. If we can start to show interest over that, then yeah, go for it. But there's like a 50% chance that it just fully reverts this range all the way back down if there's no interest above, right? So it's just one of those things. You want to leave runners for expansion. You don't want to leave runners into resistance that isn't showing any willingness to trade higher. So like this is how I see the market from the footprint view. Just like how I'm looking at targets is like we are in an inside candle based off of this first candle, right? Value to value here. We're trading that as our low. That's our 290 to 300. We have this trapped liquidity that's below that. And then we have these highs where these POCs have been, and these candle body highs are. So this, like I said, this like 315, 320 area. These highs here is just like, this is our balance. Like it's very clear that we're taking in size up here, we're taking in size down here, and we're trading within this structure. There's not a lot more going on there. It's pretty stuck. We can see really no interest to trade over those highs. So until we can show that interest, it's just, going to continue to oscillate. What I like to see though is that this higher low was able to hold from this look down, and then we were able to get this rotation. So what I want to see is something like this, right? Overall, where we're able to hold that higher low here at our 300. But again, like it's all just make believe until proven otherwise. We want to see, I think, Russell show that interest here for that next leg if we're going to do it. That'll be our signal. Once we get this flip with Russell showing that interest in the higher low, then we can start to move for these highs again. Until then, kind of just is what it is. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, like, there's a thing called a trailing stop, right? It'll make the decision for you. So you just set a stop, and then it'll trail with price if it starts to push, and then it'll stop you out eventually. Just let the decision be out of your hands if you just want to hold something to hold it, or just put it break even and you can't give it back. But I just wanted you to be aware of like, are we expanding? Does it make sense, or are we at our liquidity target? Is the continuation expected, or is this the target that we expected where sell side is to be, right? Like those are the things you should be thinking about. It's not just like this, like, oh, I'm gonna leave it open ended and I don't know what's gonna happen. It's like, no, use your brain. Like, are we showing interest above? Is this our liquidity target where we were told to take profit, right? Like, does it make sense to go higher? Has there been any proof that we are going to go higher? If not, then it's just hopium, right? We don't trade hopium. That's the only thing I wanted you to think through. It's just like, does this make sense or not? If we're continuing to make higher lows, then yeah, sure, go for it. But as soon as we start to breach that and we show weakness across market and we're in the top balance and we have no excitement to push, it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, it doesn't make sense for me to give back this entire move if none of the things that I need to happen are happening at our highs. And then we start to push down. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, well, clearly we're still in the same auction, and then we'll rotate back down. If we, start to fail here, trap something, and then we'll rotate. So we'll just have to see. Yeah. Yeah, I hope we lift. I hope we get the full move. It would be nice. I think Russell will be our will let us know. It's trying. But again, like it's just like you have a very clear mid pivot in this range. So you don't have to give back the entire move. It's just like if we breach to the mid, then it's like, oh, okay, we're going back down. But not a bad rotation. It's like 600 bones a contract here from 300. So I mean, let's See if we hit the last leg or if this fails. I don't know. A little weakness so far on NQ with the leader, with the lower high. Pushing back down to our mid here, into our view up. It's a really ugly 15-minute candle. Lower high on NQ, offer, rotation back down to our lows. Same thing, failure here at our 15s on ES, rotation back down to our 300. Russell back down to view up. We can see that they're trying to take in size here into 330, 340 on NQ. Watching to see if they do a lower trap or if this is going to fail. This is where you should first profit take here into 770, 780 if you're playing off of that 330, 340, or sorry, the 840, 830 on NQ from that lower high. We saw that absorption. Watching to see what we do here now. Bottom of range here on NQ. It's a decent bid here so far. Again, just bottom of range. Watch to see how we react as we push into this 30 to 40. Oh my god. What are we doing? Into our 290 here again on ES. Again, we've made a lower high where we've trapped into our mid. This 30 to 40 is still holding. This offer down here is not, this auction is not fun. I'm just waiting to see like what the actual reaction is going to be before I commit to anything because I just think it's so whipsawy. No, I'm not in anything, man. I'm not in anything. I'm not trading this shit. My entry would have been 30 to 40 on NQ for a short, and I missed it, so I have to wait. I only trade off of clear absorption or something like that. So I would need to see a clear reoffer of this. I missed my opportunity. NQ's a little too volatile for me today, man. And I know that's crazy to hear from me, but there's no reason to trade NQ when I can trade ES and it acts like NQ on a normal day. I mean, it's just like triple the volatility for no reason. Like, I'm not trying to get wicked out when I'm right. That's stupid. That's how I'm going to start chasing, is being right and still wrong because of volatility. I mean, do whatever you're comfortable with. I'm just not comfortable calling out NQ trades, unless I see something that's like, clear 10 points, 20 points of risk at most for like a larger rotation. But when we're like this on NQ, no. We are whipsawing all over the dom. I'm spending more time just scrolling to keep up on my dom than anything else. Good reoffer so far. I mean, I don't know, boys. I'm not
S&P
frightened.
500 turns negative.
That 280 test was too quick for me. I didn't get it. Let's see what happens on retest. Sell side holding where it needs to so far. Trying to push down into 270 on ES. We have a huge pocket of selling, 60 to 80 on NQ. Just continue to watch to see if that's going to hold.
On CNN cited sources, Pentagon lockdown, hazmat teams
They
responding.
just took in like 1,300 contracts here on NQ. I'm assuming we probably come back up to 80 here off of that 1,300 we took in at 600. Just watch our 60 to 80 on NQ to see if they're gonna offer this.
Firefighters on scene at Pentagon during hazardous material incident. As according
Watching
to
our pivot
Ireland
here.
County fire
This is our
officials.
60 to 80 from our trap that we just saw. Watching to see if sell side sits here now or if this is
US
that marks
stocks
that
give up
low.
gains, S&P 500 nearly flat. Also, CNN says that people have been evacuated from several floors of the Pentagon.
Into our value of previous candle. Looking to see if we absorb here and get back below, or if this holds and rotates back through. I'd want to see like a very clear bid. I think any look below 60 to 50 results in a trap, and then we get another leg. Just keeping our eye on it. Very volatile market, man. Holy.
So from CNN, they said that systems within Pentagon have detected an air quality issue necessitating precautionary measures until they determine its significance.
This is our pivot. Watching to see if we flip or if they hold it here, 60 to 50. They're trying, man. They're trying here, but I don't. It's so volatile. Bro, the whipsaw is
ECB
crazy.
policymakers eye July pause if energy prices stay where they are, according to sources. And from sources, well, ECB would need to see material surge in crude prices to back a July hike. Policymakers noted projections embedded two more rate hikes, meaning a September rise is still possible.
Good bid so far. Let's see what they do up here. I think that's your first risk off. If you're playing off of that 60. So we push up into this. The guy at the low is like mega trapped, which is good, and they just failed there. Taking off a little risk here on NQ. I'm out 2/3 of my size into 730 from our 660. We've got this sell in the low that we can see on footprint is just absolutely ruined. Let's see what they do with it. This is a good higher low that we just put in. We've got to show interest over 70 to 80. We know that's where that seller sits. We're hoping for a buyer to show here at 720, 730 to flip this, to rotate up to that 770. But we know that this is where the offer was. So I don't have tons of hope here. We know this is a big seller. We're just watching to see if we get anything more at this point, or if this is it. What a volatile trade, bro. Holy shit. I got stopped twice trying that. Just my risk was just too tight. Big bid stepping up here on ES. Lots of size coming in. They're trying here at 87. Let's see if they can do anything with it. It's like 1,300 contracts. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to keep a break-even stop here at 60. And then if it comes back on me, it comes back on me. We took off 2/3 size and covered our 2 stop outs. So now it's just let's see what they do kind of situation. I can't be bothered to overtrade this market. This is way too volatile. If the 60 holds, great. I'll play it back up to VWAP at least. If it fails, it fails. Just going to keep our eye on it. See what we do here. But being able to identify this guy in real time and then seeing that higher low start to step up here at our pivot, it was good. Now it's just a matter of what do we do with it. Later, Cass. Sorry, man. I was too busy focusing on the dome. Apologies. Watching our 290 300 on ES to see if we can flip back over or if this is now where they absorb. Remember, this was a huge area for us on ES. So if they're willing to take in here and fail to push us over, then, you know, that's all she wrote. Just keeping our eye on it. So far, they're taking in into 290. Again, 70s on NQ is your risk here. Just took off one more on NQ once we push up into that. Once we show interest over this 70 to 90 area, 70 to 80, I'll feel much more confident on NQ long continuation. But that's just like pure absorption up there into those highs. So let's see what they do. Again, just need to show interest over the 70 to, I don't know, 80, 90, whatever you want to call it. Just big absorption. Testing into it now. I mean, this is like insane. It's at $700 up from our 60 on 4 micros left on MNQ. Like, what do we? This is the volatility is nuts, man.
According to Al Haddad, citing sources, an anticipated meeting of nations acting as mediators between Washington and Tehran.
Trying to push through this absorption here into our 770, 790. They're taking so far. I have 3 contracts left. Again, if we flip this, should be able to head up to like 830, but let's see if they can do it. This is a big level. This is ES also fighting for its life here into 290, 300. Russell continuing to push up, no short until we lose momentum on that, I would assume.
So Al Haddad saying that Pakistan,
Almost at our
Qatar,
VWAP
Saudi
conversion
Arabia, Egypt,
targets.
and Turkey meet to assess mediation efforts.
This is POC from our previous candle on NQ here into that 80 to 90 and our 15-minute VWAP. So this is like sell, right? Like this is the pivot. We need to show interest over this. This is POC to value of that sell side candle where we trapped. I have 2 contracts left on NQ. Watching to see if we flip for that last pop or if this is going to continue to take in size here. New 15's opening here, a few seconds, 5 seconds. Trying to flip this pop here.
That bids for 4 equals
New
total
15s have opened,
$4.7 billion.
hoping a POC. Yes, higher low, not terrible. Just watch our 90 to see if they take in there. If we can get back over this 300 and then rotate our range into our 90s here on NQ, top of our absorption. We need to see this pop above, show interest, rotation to 830 then. There's your 830 as we push, watching our retest. See what we do. Big size stepping up on ES here into 300s. So they tried to absorb into 290, failed. Now trying again here into 300. So we'll have a lot of liquidity potentially if we can bid and hold
Traders
this
pay ECB
on
rate
retest
bids
on
and price
ES.
40 basis points more of hikes this year.
Trying now, you can see that POC here. And you can see the POC at that 290 as well, where they took in tons of size. Watching. This is your secondary target here at 830 off the flip. Great, risk off again. And then let's see if they can bid here now where that absorption was. That's 790 to 770 area. Jesus. I'll lose my voice. I've moved my stop from 650, sorry, 665 to 750 here. Watching to see our reaction as we push into this 770, 790. If we can get a decent pop, then maybe we get continuation. If not, then we'll rotate back down further. So I just want to secure gains, see what we do. Now that we've reverted to our VWAPs on the 15 across the board. I'm stopped. Watching our retest as we push back into 70 to 90, seeing if this goes offer or if I was just liquidity, and then I'll look to get back in if we start to show interest above. POC on NQ shifting here to 770 on our daily. Good flip back over with the POC shift, watching just these guys down here and to see if they're now offsides and we can defend it. If so, right, now this makes more sense for this continuation to happen. I'm in 5 contracts off the flip back above. Nothing crazy. Just watching to see what we do here. Should go to at least POC shift at 880 would be my assumption. This is our next area of like major absorption into 880 and 920. I'm out half just to cover me getting stopped. And now watching to see if we get that 880. Ideally, right, like ES bids 300 here on retest, but we'll see what they do. I can't watch both as much as I want. Bro, the volatility is crazy today. Like I said before, like I'll only trade it around like a level that makes sense to me. But if I get stopped out a bunch for no reason, then it's like, okay, yeah, no, I gotta go back. But there's like a very clear pocket here on NQ. Just watching to see what we do with it. It's 830 is your first risk off if you're playing off of that 790, 770. got to flip this 830. Show interest if we're gonna go up higher. If not, right, like this is all we get short term.
To remind about 5 minutes time, we're expecting the US to sell with the 4-week bill auctions, with the US looking to sell $70 billion in 4-week bills. Prior high yield of 3.615%, prior bid cover of 3.07.
Just took off one here on NQ into 840 with this absorption that we're seeing. Just top of range. It's 830, 840. Watching to see if we can flip or if this is it. Like I said, just like a range rotation for right now. And then above that, we would be looking at that like 890, 920. But they're taking in decent size here on NQ. That might be it. Man, crazy volatility. I'm stopped at 70 there on my final contract. Again, just a clear take at 840. Watching our edge here again to see if they'll try to defend it or if this is going to flip. I don't know. This is the only area I was confident in on NQ. So if they're going to flip this, this is where I'd want to see them hold 770, 790. And then we'll rotate down off of it for a lower high. Just keeping an eye on it. Yeah, man. Have a good weekend. Let's see if they take here or if they just flip this back up for another liquidity grab. I don't have enough information yet. New 15's opening here, 5 seconds. They're trying to hold it. It's really important that they do if sell side's going to be able to do something with this.
Surely expecting 4-week bill auction data now.
They're trying. Watching our retest. And see buyers trying down
Fitch
here. What we need
ratings,
to do is
SP
slap
Global
them,
ratings
right?
bulletin
And
says
then rotate,
Broadcom's
trapping
first
is
AI
liquidity.
tranche
If not,
modestly credit
as soon as
negative.
we push back over 800s, it's bullish again, right? So this is where they need to slap this thing down, or we'll rotate back up. You can see them taking in size, right? You can watch it live. Again, any look over 800s, then we're good. If this continues to hold here, any look back below 770 after taking in like that is what we want to be seeing for a continuation down. Bro. Jesus.
Four-week bill high yield of 3.595% and bid cover of 3.13, with US selling $70 billion in four-week bills
We are flying.
and awarding 70.32% of bids at high.
This is POC, a previous candle into that 800 we were just talking about. So far, no interest above. Just watching to see how they take here. Low look above. See if they follow through. No, there's so much size here. It's insane. Show me that interest. They got to show this acceptance over 800 here. They're still just taking.
According to CNN, citing sources that Trump grows furious that his strikes on Iran are not seen as powerful enough. So Trump grew furious this week after ordering new strikes on Iran, believing that both Tehran and the media did not view the US military action as powerful enough, according to people familiar with his reaction. After gauging the response, Trump ordered a second round on Wednesday, hoping to jolt Iranian leaders into accepting a deal to end hostilities. But his frustration extended into Thursday, and Iran still wasn't taking strikes seriously, he believed.
Holy.
Iran's Galabath says one wrong strategies and impulsive decisions will reset the entire board for the worst, explode energy infrastructure and markets, and create endless quagmire that will be stuck in for years. Also adds that you will see a different Iran.
I mean, are they going to do something? Like what? We've looked above. We're trying to find acceptance here. They're trying to build here over 800s. Surely they don't fizzle out now. Come on. This is our 840, 860 here again. It's your first target if you're playing off that flip of 800. I'd like to see us take out highs and go to like 920 or something, but let's see what they do. Jesus Christ. I'm out half here into 890, 920. So we push into this. This is where we failed on our last attempt, which is why I've taken off risk, and then we'll see what we do as we push up into these highs. There's such a large participant into 890, 920, so I just want to like risk off as we push into it, and then try to hold just in case. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what they do. Russell top of our range. Big sells coming in here from our 880 responsive. Yeah, you need Russell to stop quadruple topping here for that to happen. Good bid so far. Remember 315 is your target on ES from the hold of 300. And you watch to see what happens. Pushing into our absorption here into 920. Again, 880, 920. We got to flip this shit. Big size stepping in here, NES. So far, like, I don't know, 1,200 contracts absorbed into 15. Guy at 15 showing on Dom. Also is already taken in size into this 10 to 15. See if we get anything else. We would need Russell to be able to show interest higher for anything. Again, we're into our absorption here on NQ into 880, 920. No interest yet, just taking in. Yeah, I mean, just move your stops up to something you're comfortable with them taking. It's like 1,400 lots now into 10 to 15 on ES. So, like, that's good to EV it pretty easily. Just leave a runner if you want. I'm break even at 801 on my final contracts. Looking to see if we can flip this to 880, 920. I've taken off 95% of my size as we wait to see if this guy pulls or not. I'll be right back. And he's still there. Glad we took off our risk. Pushing back down to our pivot here at our 800 to 770, yes, into our 290 to 300, off of them taking in that massive size there on NQ. Very visible on Dom and as well on our footprint here. We can see these guys offsides up into these highs. Let's see what they do as we push back down. What a tough market to trade. Holy.
IMF says ECB may need to keep hiking after Thursday's rate move. Also, IMF cuts Eurozone 2026 GDP forecast 0.9% from 1.1% in April. They raised Eurozone 2026 inflation forecast to 2.8% from 2.6% in April. IMF also says Eurozone economic risks are skewed toward weaker growth and higher
35.
inflation.
Listen, like I don't even know what you would do if you were like an ICT trader or something and like you didn't have order flow. Like I don't know what you do on days like today where you like can't spot where people are participating. Like I don't know. I genuinely do not understand how like if you don't know that they're taking in at 880 and into this this 310, 315, like what the fuck do you do? I just don't understand. I mean, like clearly some people are profitable with it, but like on days like today, like I don't get it. Like I would be so lost. Genuinely, no understanding. Like you just don't see that absorption. Like what?
According to Nigerian upstream regulator, Nigeria's oil production climbed to 1.7 million barrels in May to hit an 11-month high.
This is where we watch to see. We got our bounce at our 800, 770.
According to the
Pushing
Wall
back
Street
up
Journal, SpaceX
into this
IPO draws
offer.
at least $5
Seeing
billion,
what they do here.
$5 billion order from BlackRock. Again, the SpaceX IPO draws at least $5 billion order from BlackRock.
I think our pivot is shifted here. This 300 is becoming less relevant. And it's all about this low. 300 is becoming more so the mid of this range rather than the low. And we watch as we push into this. That's your range right now, in my opinion. So it's 280, 290 now, and 305, 317. That's kind of your range on ES. Just wait to see what they do. Our NQ range is gold. And there's nothing that we need to reevaluate on that one, but it is fucking volatile.
We have posted out the Wall Street Journal piece on the feed for you to read through.
They're trying to offer 40 to 60 now on NQ. Lower high. You can see it on footprint as well.
Tim is away from the top of the hour where we get the Fed quarterly financial accounts.
I think they're linked. They're pinned. I'm looking. I can DM to you later if I can't find them. Actually, I'll just DM them to you. Just send me a reminder. They're not on the PC that I'm currently trading, so it's going to take a second if I can't find them in Discord. I think I should be able to find them, but let me look actually. I thought they were pinned. They're clearly not. I've posted them so many times that I should be able to. I know that they're for sure linked in free chat. I found them. I think these are them. Offer is able to hold and shift that 40 like we were talking about, rotating back down. Just back down to our lows here, watching our 90 to 80 on ES. Russell into our low here. NQ into our 800 to 760 low. Just watching this. See how they react here. I'm personally not looking to trade this edge again until I see something different, because all we know is that sell side stepped down after taking in size above, right? We can see them stepping down, right? Stepping down, stepping down. So I want to see what we do now into this low before I get a little too stir crazy trying to react. Now that we've seen the offer step down twice, it's like, is there a pretty active bid here that's still willing to take in size? Is it going to be another lower offer, right? Are
5
they going
minutes
to step
ago
down
to get the
again and try
Fed
to shift
quarterly financial
below?
accounts.
What's going to happen here now? Russell still not showing any sort of strength, so not looking to actively take anything until we see RTY showing that bounce. But we are where we're starting to look interested, right? We want to see what we're going to do here. But again, like, yeah, same thing on ES, right? They're just like actively stepping down and trapping above. So I want to see what we do into this. To sell side, try to shove this through. Do they get trapped or are they able to hold? Again, we know that we have trapped liquidity above. So that's a catalyst. Now we need to see what we do into this low edge. Watch your 90 to 85 on ES. We want to see if we find an active bid. and if we can pop this thing, or if this is going to trap lower again.
CNN says Pentagon incident is due to false alarm.
Offer at 300 on ES from our 90 bid. So that's where they'd be putting in a lower high if they were going to shove it down. Same thing here at this like 40 to 60 on NQ. If offer was going to lower again. Just keep an eye on this area. Good reactive bid so far off of 800s on retest, but again, this is where they would try to shove it down if they were going to hold a lower high. Just keeping an eye on it. Big size coming in here again on ES at 300s. Like another 1,400 contracts taken there. Full range rotation here. Yes, NQ with Russell bouncing our lows. I'm not in this. Just watching. Again, this is just a balance rotation.
1 minute
50
now
seconds
to
till new
the
15s.
financial quarterly financial
Nothing new.
accounts from the Fed.
No signs of expansion yet.
Also expecting the Wednesday numbers at the top of the hour as well.
If you're playing the rotation. And then let's see what happens on a new 15s. We just traded to POC of our previous candle on both ES and on NQ and rejected. This is what I'm talking about. POC to value, previous candle.
Ten seconds.
New 15s opening now.
So the Wednesday data coming through, or weekend stocks of 744 million compared to the forecast 757 million. US 30-year fixed mortgage rate averaged 6.52% in July and June 11th week versus 6.48% the prior week, according to Freddie Mac. Also, soybean end stocks coming in as expected at 310 million, whereas the cotton stocks coming in at 3.7 million, lower than forecast, or 3.95 million, whereas the corn stocks are 1,960 million, higher than forecast, 1,957 million. Just waiting on the data now from the Federal Reserve.
They are trying. Into our 920. I would love to see us be able to build here at 880, 920. That would be us taking out our value high on the day and then showing acceptance
According to
outside
Siemens
for
Energy
potential
Board member,
expansion or at
Gulf
least
states are
rotation up to
launching new gas
29,000
plant tenders to beef up their
on
energy
NQ.
systems.
Watching for something similar on ES if we can show interest over this 10 to 15, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself right now. Just watching to see what we do. Again, we want to build here 880, 920, show a willingness to take in this absorption that we know that's here. See if we can find acceptance outside. It's just top of balance as of right now. Just keeping our eye on it. This is our value high on the day. So far, just take it in. You can see all these buyers off sides into our 880, 920. They're willing to take here into our lows though at 860. Two-sided. Watching retest of 880. See if they hold the lower high. $80 offer holding so far on retest, pushing down. See if they do anything more with it. We know there's a reactive bid at 60 still. That should be your first risk off. You're playing off 80 for 20. We need to see if we're going to pop below. I'm out half here from 80 into our 40 to 60.
CENTCOM on X say the Strait of Hormuz
Watch to
is
see what
open
we
for
do.
transit. They will say the pathway is available for all vessels not violating the blockade against Iran.
So we already knew and called this out as our absorption here. We see them get taken. We see then sell side step down at 80, right? And offer that. That to me is like, okay, well now we have our risk. And now we'll look to see if we can hold this. And then this just becomes our risk. And now we're just watching to see what they do as they push back into value of this candle here. Right. And we just watch to see if there's a reactive bid that steps in here to try to pop us and then take us out. Or if we do the full range rotation.
So we do have the Fed household change in net worth report. We'll pop it out on the feed for you shortly.
Reoffering our 80s, watching our edge. We were able to bid and hold that our target. Now watching to see what we do with it after our hold of the mid. If we can hold the mid and then take out highs, then there's potential for expansion, right? We held the value of our previous candle. We are in between a seller at 80 and our buyer here at 40 to 20. Just sandwiched in between them while we wait. See if they flip.
Apologies, still waiting on the report from the New York Fed. US Q1 household net worth rises $113.08 billion.
Bit attempting to defend 80. Still just taking in size here. No confirmation yet. They're trying to hold this edge. That's the most important thing. We just need to then see them take out highs from the hold. Right, we went into our mid, found a bid. Now trying to build here at our 80 edge. We need to take out highs and show interest over, or it's not going to matter much. Right, we can see this buyer trying here. They're desperately trying, but no ability yet to do anything with it. Just balance still, but they are trying to build into this area. You can see the same thing on ES. We're just into this absorption here.
So we have posted out the report from the Federal Reserve on the feed for you to read through.
Just took off 5 into 18. Watching to see if we can get some expansion, but just taking that 20 points there. See if we can pop this. Just took off a little bit more risk here. Now just leaving runners, seeing what we could do with it. I'm hoping that we can like go, but I mean, we'll see. Jesus. Just following our pathing like we talked about. Um, Good push above. I gotta delete this so that I can move charts. Again, just the offer, right? That reoffer at 80, push down into our 40 to 20, stop out at 80s on retest on our final contract, and then our flip as we then built at our 80 for rotations up into these highs. Just like we talked about and our pathing showed. Now let's see what we do. Minute 30 on this candle. This should have room up to 29K, which was our target. And then we'll see what we do. But we'll probably have to retest our edge here before we go for it. Russell top of range. We have shown zero desire to trade over this so far today. Your stop should be break even at least. There's no way you should be losing money on this trade. This is our retest to see if we're gonna do anything new. It's like 915, 900 retest as we push into this. Offer sits 40, bid 15s. Should expect to see a seller try to take at 60, and then we'll retest 40s, I would assume, as supportive. Top of our value here in this upper distribution is like 65, so just watch to see what we do here as we come up in and test this. You can see that liquidity that's a bit screwed up in any size. Holy take. I just got stopped there. Watching to see if it can get back in or if that's that. I got stopped at 900 though. Watching to see if we can show any interest back over 15. Better bezel. I haven't re-entered. I'm just waiting. This 900, 915 is going to become a really nice offer point for us for range rotations down if we don't see an active participant here. Watch our 80 and then watch our 900 reaction. See if they hold it. Nothing crazy yet. You can see them trying to build here into that value low, which is that 15. I want to see if they can hold it. If we're going to go down. I'm at my first ones here into 80 off of our 900. Just 20 points. See if we can get the full range rotation or if that's all we get here. I've taken off half my risk just in case. It's so fucking volatile. I want to see them sweep 80s, head down to 40 to 20. Taking off one more here as we head down to 40. And then we watch to see what our reaction is now that we've gotten that sweeper through. This trade cannot go back red on you at this point. We've made lots of points. 15 points of risk at 900 and 915. Now trading 860. What the hell is that? Okay, so again, we have these POCs above. All these buyers are trapped, right? Offsides above. And then we re-offered, right? The bid tried here. Pushed into our 900, 915, slammed it, and have now pushed back down into this buying node that's here. Now we watch to see what our reaction is. Is it going to be the same as before, where we bid off of this, or can we hold this and then start to do the full rotation down? That's what we'll figure out here. This is target. Now let's see what they do. Remember, 40 to 20 is what we're watching for to see if they bid this or not. Again, that's your target. And let's see what they do. I've taken off one more as we push down into that. Stop is break even. We know that this is where we find a potential reflexive bid, just like the last time, right? Russell full range rotation, full oscillation. $80 offer holding, back down to our 40, two-sided auction, right? Just at our pivot. Watching to see if we can flip it or if this is still continues to be reactive. If you didn't take off at 40 on your last attempt, this gives you another opportunity. This is still where the bid is resting and trying to take in size into this 40 to 50. I want them to sweep this shit so badly, man. Give me the full range rotation. I don't know if they're going to do it. It's so volatile. New 15s opening now. Again, just at our 40 to 20. Let's see what they do. I'm fully prepared to get stopped out of my final contract here, break even. Like, I'm not doing anything else. Either we get the lows or I get stopped out at 900. I don't care. I've taken off 95% of my size.
According to information, Anthropic pursues first data center leases and seeks financial backing from Google.
What an exhausting morning. Holy. Jesus. We're setting this shit down to the low, bro. What are you doing? Yeah, rollover week is my least favorite time to trade. Split contract volume is the worst. The worst. OPEX, it's whatever. I can trade that, but rollover sucks. Split volume is just so terrible, man. Ugh. I'm stopped. 20s held. Unlucky. Get me out of here. Let's see if we can get this flip. Retesting our edge. Watching our test on this flip of our 915, 920 area. Seeing if we can hold this 90 to 915 again on retest, or what's going to happen. Looking for this to be a bid if we're going to do it. And then we trade to 40 and then to 60 as our targets above if this 15 to 20 holds. Just a rotation of our upper distribution. See what they do. That's 40. It's your first target off our hold. And then let's see if they give us more or if that's that. Full Russell oscillation almost complete. Yes, pushing highs. This is your 60 here. Secondary risk off. If you're playing off of that 15 flip after we got stopped on our short. Now let's see what they do into our highs. Again, this is a great risk off into known liquidity into our 60. And then if we get a push, then you can leave a runner. Stop should be break even at this point. Just to the top of our range across the board. If you played at the flip. Watch Russell as we come into our top of our oscillation. I'm stopped on runners there at 900. I don't know if I'm gonna flip again, boys. I'm kind of done. And maybe the 900, 915 works again for another rotation down, but I don't know. I don't care. There's just so much liquidity trapped up here. You can see we've got these 3 flat POCs in the last candles at our 40. And just everything into the 60 has been trapped. You're basically just watching to see if we can hold this lower edge where this seller flipped to bid. And now we're back. Good hold so far from 900, 915, just rotating back down, same as before. I'll be right back. 10 seconds till new 15s. Opening at POC of previous candle. All right, let's see what our reaction is going to be here into our edge. So far, pretty good from 900, 915, pushing down. Nothing crazy. Good first risk off. See if we get the range rotation. Probably get stopped on this last contract. Risk is just at 15. We'll see. Like I said before, I'm not worried about it. Either we hold, then we rotate fully down, or I get stopped, and then we do the same play again where we use that as supportive and then play it up. I don't care. right? Like I'm just playing
10
this
minutes ago
down.
now, to be
We
at
do our
the
pivot.
top of the hour, we get the
I'm
US
playing the flip,
30-year note
playing it up,
reopening, with the
playing
US
it.
looking to
We do
sell
our pivot
$22 billion.
again, playing it down,
Prior high yield
getting
of
stopped. Playing the
5.046%,
flip, playing
prior
into our
bid cover
pivot,
of
getting
2.3.
stopped,
So in just
flipping,
some
playing it
research
down to our
then, given
pivot.
the lower level
Right? Like
hour yields
I can't be
alongside
bothered to
less
do anything other
supportive
than just play our
valuations,
pivots.
JP Morgan
We have
strategists
this
see the 30
848.20
auction
and we
as
have this
likely needing more of a
909.15.
concession in order
It's a
to be
great
digested
range
smoothly.
if you're
Latest
just willing
CFTC
to do
positioning data
mechanical.
shows
Other than
speculators were
that,
net
I don't
short
care. Stop by my final
159.9k classic
contract and
bond
then we go the
futures
other way.
and net short
Who cares?
287.7k ultra bond futures,
This is our pivot,
possible
40 to
sources
20
of current demand.
from our 909.15, right? Just play the range. Or don't play it at all, right? I don't know. I'm not your dad. To me, it just makes sense as like a really solid, easy risk reward trade where it's like we flip. I can have, 15 points of risk here on NQ in this volatility. And I can capture a 4 to 1 in a balance, right? And it's just like, what's the downside on that? Well, I get stopped. Okay. I mean, I'm risking 4 to 1 here. For a full range rotation with a potential of 100 points, almost 200 points if this is successful. Like, it's a great risk to reward. And this is secondary targets here into 800. It's a full 100-point trade with 15 points of risk. Very similar on ES with 305 to 310. Just rotation back down to 290. That's a good trade. I'm really not expecting too much more here. Maybe we go down to like 780, but this
5 minutes
800,
ago, have to give the 30-year
just kind
bond
of expect to
auction
be
with
the
a high
low
yield.
for right now.
Prior was
Just a full range
5.046%.
rotation, same with the
Prior bid
ES
cover of
into
2.3.
790. Sorry, 290, 280. Just watch to see if we do anything new here. I don't know. This is just our larger rotation that we're in. Just watching to see if we trap into this low or if we'll do something new. Again, just bottom of our range here, full rotations across the board. You should be mostly risked off, I would assume, and then you just watch to see what we do into our lows. I don't think I'm interested in a long down here until I see wrestle back into our back above our pivot. I'm just gonna wait until I see this recover so that we can do this move up. This can chop here until then. And if Russell decides to not want to get back up and it offers instead, then we can rotate down. So I'm just going to wait for full market participation
1 minute ago, now to begin the
before I
money
do
issued
anything, now
for
that
the
we've hit our
30-year note
short target.
auction.
I think that's the responsible thing. Excuse me. 40 seconds, 2015s. Mr. Sig. Automated DOM levels.
Ten seconds to the money issued.
I mean, I think it could be a cool visual. If it helps, right? You can watch to see how reactive they are. I think it might be a little noisy
5.008%, 5.008%
but I like
for the one
the
issued.
halfway back. I like the opening range. Remember, you just want like things that are going to be very responsive very quickly. So, and you want to be like watching how they play around it. I don't know if you need like the higher time frame stuff on there though, but I think it's a good concept for sure. I think like what you should really put on there if you were going to do any indicator would be your value high and value low. I think those are really important, as well as like your POC of the daily. And if you could do it for like a some sort of segment and put it on, that would be sick. Like those are the things that you really want to have on your DOM are like your value regions rather than like an indicators itself. Because your DOM is just the auction, right? So you want to have like your auction edges very visible. And then use like VWAP as your mean or something. Like I'd be interested to see if on like a balance day, if you had your VWAP and then you had the deviations of VWAP and then how we traded, what that looked like on DOM as we traded between our deviation low and high and our actual VWAP line. Like that could be a cool little back test to do. It's just about putting the right
Surely
information
expecting
on there, right?
the
Stuff that's like
30th
actually going to
data
be
now.
responsive on that low of a time frame.
$5.02% for the high yield, bid cover 2.33, with US selling $22 billion in 30 notes and awarding 32.36% of bids on high. Primary dealers take 14.74%, direct 25.31%,
Like if I could
and indirect
automate anything to put on my DOM,
59.95%.
I would put the value area of the last 15-minute candle on my DOM. If I could have that, I would.
The tail of
It would go
1.2 basis
insane.
points.
Yeah. Because then you know exactly where you should be looking for like the reoffer or the rebid. Yeah, I would have that, and then I would have the daily value as well, I think. I don't know. I'd have to like forward and backtest it. I don't know what's useful and what's not on that short of a time frame, or in what would just be like noise getting in my way of me actually just watching. Russell rejected our pivot, so that long idea made sense. I mean, the avoiding the long made sense there, right? We'll watch to see what we do here. This is an incredibly important area where we just rejected and trapped into these highs on ES, and now sell side is trying to really shift us below. Watching as we push back down into this RTY 62 to 58 to see if we get our bounce here. I think we get a pretty reflexive bid here off of the Russell low if we do find a bounce here at this liquidity. And then we watch to see if we get back over or if this pivot holds. Again, we've got like a pretty clear.
According to the New York Post, Iran submits a draft agreement with the US to their Qatari mediators.
We just saw that sweep to the downside. And now let's see what they do off this reflexive bounce with Russell into our low. And if we reoffer this area and we're able to then defend this sell, then we can keep going, right? But if they get us back over this, I'd be very curious to see.
Looking into this then, Iran finalized its latest draft of a proposed agreement with the US as missiles whizzed through the air, submitting it to Qatari intermediaries to pass on to Washington.
The US, see what we do into this RTY low.
The US and regional sources familiar with mediators told the New York Post on Thursday. So the text of the agreement was completed and finalized on Wednesday evening, according to a regional source.
Current value or previous day value? I mean, both would be really interesting.
New York Post articles on the feed for those interested.
But current is what I was talking about specifically.
Treasury
there.
30-year bonds pair their gains following the
really nice
reopening
to see,
auction
a
tail.
previous day value for the open, for sure. I don't know how important that information would be later on in the day, but it would be really good if you were an opening, like a 9:30 to 10:30 trader. I think the VWAP deviation idea has the most merit though for like balance days. So I could see that being really good. But again, I'm just like thinking out loud. I haven't back tested or forward tested any of it. All right, so we got our bounce where we thought we would across the board, and watching to see if Russell loses momentum here and we can hold these pivots, or if we're going to get back up and then start to trap this liquidity below and then start to like really bid above our areas of interest. Just watching Russell. This 85 to 90 is pretty clear on ES. NQ a little less clear. They're trying to recover the 750 right now on the bid. Yes, yeah, I really like anchor VWAPs for scalping. We have an indicator that automatically does that for you called 3-leg goose. It's 3 anchored VWAPs. One from the open, one from I don't remember. It's something. It's like the high, the swing high, swing low in the open or something. Plus a bunch of other crap. It's good. It's good for futures. It was really good for crypto, which is what I primarily used it for at the time. Russell, back to our pivot, watching to see what we do here. This is where we rejected last time. This is ES and NQ testing into our edge high now. See if we can hold above or if they offer here. We can see that this is where they trapped on the last attempt, right? So we want to be watching these areas to see what they're going to do. Can we lift with Russell getting back above this? Or does this fail? $780-800 right on NQ. That's what we're watching. This is where we absorb last. We want to see a very clear flip and then bid of this area for that rotation up if it's going to do it, or we're just going to continue to take in size here, and then we're looking for sellers to then sweep us below 750 for that continuation down. Same thing on ES, just POC a previous candle, looking to see if we can step above that, and if Russell can get above this yellow zone. Yeah, I think anchored VWAPs are great, especially if we're trending. They're so good in trend. One of like the easiest strategies you can do in trend is just do like fib retracements if you're halfway back to 618 with a anchored VWAP off of the impulse low, and then just trade the pullbacks for continuation on every single one of them. It works like 95% of the time in trend. It's insane. I don't know about this one, boys. They're taking in size here at 290 on ES. I still think this is just taking, like, nothing's really changed here until we see Russell flip. Like, I see them trying to hold 780. Like, I don't disagree. But I'm a bit worried about this liquidity here if we can't see this pop on Russell. Just watching them take in lots on ES. Watching our retest of 780. Russell, no ability to push above yet. Again, they're just taking in into 290 on ES. New 15s in 50 seconds. Offer just trapped into that 50 there, retesting our lows into 20. If they take us below those lows, it's GG's, I think. No pressure yet. Held 20s. This is where they were absorbing last here into 50. See if they flip it or if we continue to maintain. Remember, we got to sweep 20s, or this is it. Just a rotation between 20 and 50 for right now until they decide. Got trap liquidity above at 80 and now at 50 as well. We want to see sell side pressure to the downside with Russell continuation, ideally, if we're going to go down further, or this is just a range trade for right now while we wait. Take off a little bit more risk into these lows if you're playing off of that. Just watch to see what they do here into this low. Target below would be 670, 650, that area. If we take, if we can sweep this. Russell, bottom of range here again.
So CNN citing sources saying energy executives have warned the White House of dwindling reserves. The S&P 500 erases advance and turns negative once again.
They're really trying to take in here into this 720, 710-ish. Trying to defend this because they know that it'll rotate back up if they don't. Just don't know if it's going to actually do it, man. Day open here in Russell. Bottom of our range. Just watching them try and, again, take in size here. And watch that happen in real time on footprint. But they got to do it quick. We would need to get below again, or this guy's cooked. Need to get back below 710. It is going to try there. Watching Russell into our halfway back for loss of momentum, and then let's see if we flip back below or if that was it. I'm stopped on my short runner at 45 on my last contract. I'll look to add if we sweep back below 10s. If I get stopped at 45s though, then I'll just have to wait. Yeah, I'm stopped at 45. No, I'll watch to see what we do. If we can like take in size here and that fails, then I'll look to play again. But if not, then I'm just wait. Because this is a POC to value of previous candle. So I want to see them take in here, but it's not worth me giving back too much of my gains by staying in that trade. I can just reposition. Like if we take in here, we absorb, we'll have a good secondary on a step back below this. If not, right, then that was our low. These guys are pretty screwed, right? And Russell's bidding off of our rotation here again, new oscillation. So there's no reason to be looking to stay in a short until we see Russell loss of momentum and we see this absorption happen into our area of interest. Because if not, right, we're just going to go up with Russell back to these highs and we'll have a better entry. So why give back more profits than I need, right? Makes no sense to stay in a trade that I know is going to keep going up when I can just reevaluate and re-enter on my runner. So this is where they absorbed last, 780 to 800 on NQ. So we're just rotating back up to my original entry here. Let's watch what do they do. Yeah, man. There's our. Have a good night. I need to see like very clear acceptance over this 90. This is where we absorbed last on ES. We can do that. We rotate up to 300. 10 points. This is again just yes, our NQ into our pivot. So let's see if they flip or what happens. Russell into top of range, which is the only signal that I actually care about. Let's see what they do here. If Russell wants to keep going, then the market can keep going. But if it, stops into these highs again and rotates down, then that's that. We look for absorption again across the board, and then we'll look for the rotation back through. Good squeeze so far. Huge squeeze. Holy squeeze. Okay.
So
Yeah,
Trump on Truth Social says he has cancelled strikes against Iran. So again, Trump on Truth Social here saying, based on the fact that discussions with Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as president of the US, cancelled scheduled strikes on Iran this evening.
Russell Lowe, goated.
Seeing strength in the S&P 500, weakness in the dollar, as again, Trump saying on Truth Social he's cancelled scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran for this evening.
I'm watching our flip at 900, 920 again. Big size stepped in there, but got taken. This is big buying. I don't know what news came out, but this is big buying. This is big buying. This is massive buying. Watching to see if we get any sort of pullback. I just exited. I bought 80 and then sold 180. I'm flat now. Watching to see if we get anything here. They're starting to sell a little bit, which is why I exited. It's starting to actually like really sell, so be careful. We'll watch for a pullback. Bid is holding so far. What volatility, man. This is like SpaceX, I'm assuming, or something. I don't know. Who knows? Trump? Okay. We've got a huge pivot at 890 on Russell that I'm watching. That's my main look here, 890 for a reflexive bid. So we push back down into that.
So again, oil prices drop sharply
890.
after Trump announces a cancellation of strikes against Iran. Stocks extending gains.
I'd love to see us pull back to that 890. And this 35 to 20 on ES. $35.25 would be sick. The bot said it? I don't hear the bot. Why don't I hear the bot? I haven't heard the bot at all today. I honestly just thought it was broken.
Trump says the time and place of Iran deal signing is to come soon.
My headphones got, they were on the wrong setting on Discord for some reason. Oh, my bad if I've been talking over the news guy all day. I haven't heard him once. Yeah. I haven't heard him. Sorry. Yeah, do we? Well, unlucky. I mean, this looks good, guys. This is good continuation so far. Let's see if we can take out that wick high. Let me know if I'm talking over the bot again. I think I fixed it, but I'm not sure. Good continuation on Russell. It's the only thing that I care about is for this move to continue higher. Good bid started to show at 45, 47 on ES.
Gold up one spot,
Hey, I can hear
4% here. Stocks extending gains.
We have massive prints up here. They're selling like crazy up into these highs. That doesn't mean that it has to go down, but they're definitely selling up here. Bro, the Dom is so thin. Jesus. There's so much pressure here at this 150, 180. If we can continue to bid at this 150, 180, we like actually could keep going up and squeeze all these guys who are trying to exit into these highs. Really watching this pivot because this is where all the liquidity is at. So volatile. Jesus. It has to be like incredibly reactive off these lows at 150s. Just watching as we build here. We can get back over 180 off of like a very clear hold of these lows off our
So the dollar index hits a day's low after Trump's Iran remarks on Truth Social.
We're in an okay spot. If not, then we're going to pull back probably to 29K would be my assumption off of a failure to establish here. Offer sits at 200. Still holding value of this candle. We're okay, but we got to be very careful. A lot of liquidity offside above. Russell still holding where it needs. Yes, holding at our 50 edge. But again, we just haven't seen them step up yet with anything that I want to see. This guy at 60 is interesting on ES, but I'm not seeing what I want on NQ yet, personally. Like, we're holding where I would like to see us, but we're not doing anything with it yet. We've got so much trapped liquidity above that I need to see more. Us holding here isn't enough. I need to see, like, initiative. Really curious to see what happens into 200, where that offer sits. Yeah, it's so thin, man. I'm just like so scared they're gonna sweep this shit at 200, 220. That's why I haven't initiated yet. Watching Russell as we retest our wick high.
Gold extending gains last up at around 2%.
Testing into our edge now. See what they do. Russell lead.
S&P 500 up around 1.3. The Dixie now down 0.25%.
They took a huge size there on ES. At 70. Russell lead up. NQ retesting our highs here. I'd love to see this high edge hold. If not, we know what happens. Rotate our range. Trap. Yeah, it'd be really nice. I'm just playing around this 190 on NQ right now, seeing if we can get this pop. 190 is my stop. Maybe I get stopped out, maybe I don't. I don't know, we'll see. If we go back through though, I just feel like we do the full rotation, trapping this liquidity above. That's kind of the idea. It's like this either traps and then we rotate through off of a failure to establish here. And then we take out low, or we hold where we need here with Russell continuing. Yes, continuing. So I want to keep it pretty tight.
The traders no longer fully price in a Fed rate hike this year.
Another like 1,300 lots just taken. On ES into these highs at 380. Yeah, it's a lot of effort. A little too early to call it the high though. Let's see what they do. I gotta move my drawings for price, sorry.
So traders now pricing in a Fed rate hike by January. Previously, they were looking at December.
This is previous day of value high here on ES. New 15s. We've got these sellers stuffed at 380. If we can securely hold that, we can keep going. If not, right, we'll trap here, and then they'll try to sweep us back below 380 for more. Just watch that. This is them trying now. Trapping that liquidity into that high. Retesting. I'm out half here from 80 flip into 70 where our bid is. They're taking in lots, watching to see if we get more. If 70 doesn't hold, we rotate down to 60, 360. That was an amazing flip you could see on footprint there. if you ever need a reference of like that reoffer and that flip. That was really good. My stop's at 82 here on my runners, on my final contracts from our 80 offer. Watching to see what we do now. But yeah, so we saw this liquidity here get potentially trapped, and we saw our open above on the new 15s. We failed to take out highs, and then we saw this liquidity here. And then what we talked about was that if this liquidity gets trapped, we'll see them try to attempt to sweep below 80s and then defend that, which is what just happened. And we can see that take place here on our 30-second as well from that flip. And that was that reoffer and our rotation down to our 70, where this bid is, into our value of our previous candle here, which is why it's our first target, because we don't know what's going to happen from here. If we do flip this, though, I think we would go to 60, which is POC of that candle. So, but that was a really interesting flip that we just watched in real time. I just see what we do here at our pivot now that we've pulled back. Yeah, I gotta go soon as well. I'm glad I stayed for a little bit longer though. This was exciting. Jesus.
So to a New York Post reporter on X, they say that Trump just told me that an agreement with Iran has been pretty much all wrapped up, and says it comes after they exclusively reported this morning that Tehran submitted a finalized MOU to Qatari mediators last night. So again, that was to a New York Post reporter, they're now posting on X.
Okay. What does the market want to do with that? We're absorbing on NQ into 220. They're trying to push us below 190 for this rotation back down to 140 on NQ. Testing into our 190 now. We should see a pretty responsive bid here. If the bid steps out of the way at 90, we just rotate back down to our lows and probably take them out, would be my assumption. They're trying, but again, like, just be careful. I think your risk should be like 218, 214 is where you're looking for offer to hold. This is what we just talked about, them trying to sweep below 90. Still in my ES runners, no change, never got stopped. There's your rotation that we just talked about off of that failure there. Beautiful. That's your low of your value. That's why it's your risk off. Do you see that? It's your value low of that candle. This is target. It has to be target. Take off a little risk. And then let's watch to see what happens. I would expect the low to be taken because we have offside liquidity above, but never not take off into a known liquidity. Don't make that mistake of giving back this rotation for no reason. If you can hold a runner, go for it. Again, like I expect, because we have this offside liquidity above, and then we got this reoffer where they
so reading into Axios's article about Trump's Truth Social post, they add that 3 sources briefed on the talks told Axios that key gaps were resolved during talks between Iranian officials and Qatari mediators on Wednesday.
But I have no clue if it happens now or if we need to reoffer. So, like, leave a runner for it, but always
that Axios article is on the feed for those interested. Again, just adds that one point to what we've already heard.
Beautiful flip, though. All right, let's see what we do now. Right, so like we got our bounce. We're looking for a lower high, ideally, if it's going to do anything new. Remember, we knew that there was buy side liquidity here. You got to take off into that. If you're that greedy that you're not going to take this rotation, an 80-point rotation, you know, like that's on you, bud. Like I don't know what to tell you. We know that the liquidity's there. So now we watch to see if we can offer this and then step below for continuation, or if we can flip back above our pivot. We already knew that this is the low based off of the value of our previous candle where this buyer was. Now we watch to see what happens into this area here, which is the value of our current candle, right? POC to value high. Nothing crazy, just systematic, right? Value to value. And then we watch to see if we absorb here, and then if we can flip this for continuation down, or if this is going to be balance for the short term, and then, you know, a take out of highs off of a clear hold of this low. We don't know yet. We are figuring that out now. This is what that ES trade looked like for me, by the way. Off of that flip that we identified in real time with this guy trapped. Right, just playing the reoffer and then playing that down. I'm just looking to see if we get like one last move and then I'm dipping. I didn't realize how late it was. It's 2 o'clock. Holy. Oh, so tired. I've been getting like 5 hours of sleep at max this week. I don't know why. I truly do not believe there's anything here until we either flip 140, 100 on NQ or flip 200, 240. Just feels a little stuck here for the for right now. Volatility stepping back in here, but holy. We can see the bid is trying to step up here at this edge on 200s. Do you see that? But what happens if they can't hold this edge and this fails to maintain and get back over this 40? Well, like these guys then are going to get stuffed on the rotation back through if they can't sustain here. So that's what we're watching. Right? Can we eat size into this and then sweep back through 200? Or can they continue to build here and take us out? And just watch our edge of that node, very clear. And the offer here that sits.
So according to a chief political analyst from N12 News now, just reporting the purporting the earlier comments, Iran denying the existence of an agreement and Israel saying that no such agreement exists. Again, this is according to an N12 reporter on X.
Fucking classic. Can't make this shit up. Bid trying desperately on ES, right? We can see into the value where the sellers was on ES. What happens if we fail here? And then we rotate through, right? We need to see a very clear bid and pop for upside. Or it's the same thing like we said on NQ. Just watching this edge. Can we see a reactive bid try to sweep through, defend, or is this offer going to stick? And then do we rotate back below? So far looks okay. RTY continues to push. ES and NQ looking above. Can we do something with it now, though? That's the thing. We need follow through and not exhaustion, or we trap. It doesn't make sense if all of that effort is exerted and then they can't sustain, right? That's exhaustion. What's the point of buying all that if they can't sustain? All you do is set yourself up for that trap. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's like if there's no follow through, then there's no follow through. That's why we wait for that secondary. Because if if they don't, right? Like all we do is trap above previous value and then rotate back through below, setting ourselves up for a devastating leg. Let's see what they do on reoffer here. Yeah, we just did the full play that I wrote out, right? Back down to our lows off of a failure here. No establishment above. I hope like me walking through what I'm seeing on Footprint is helpful for you guys. Like I think it's such a good visual aid once you start to like be like, oh shit, like yeah, wait, that does make sense. That's why I've switched over to this model so that you guys can see that. Hopefully it's helpful. Hopefully you can see what just happened in real time and be like, oh yeah, they got absolutely ruined there. Yeah, I don't know. Makes life a lot easier, let me tell you. Later, Rory. Yes, sir. Dude, this morning was insane. Fucking volatile. Oh, and you know what else, Maldita? If you have my Delta bubble candles on, this is a really good aid for what we just witnessed on Footprint. Check this out. Look what that looked like on Delta bubbles with that ES move. So this is what we just witnessed on Footprint, and we called out the rotation of what was going to happen. And you can see that bubbles there, right? We can see all of this absorption into this. And you see how the seller pressed against that on the look back below? So we got this seller here. We looked above, exhausted them, right? And then we see them initiate to the downside back through. We can see that here. And then we get the full rotation of our range back down to our lows. Yeah. Kind of cool. It's nice. It's fascinating once you like start to see the market like functioning within an an actual system. Like, oh yeah, shit. Like that's why that happened. Wouldn't it be super bearish? I mean, it would be a classic. It would be classic. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it depends on like what you mean by all of it. Like this entire news candle. I mean, that's kind of expected if we don't see participation at this point. At least a view up, I think. I mean, we'll see. I'm assuming that we're just coming back down to value because what we just did was fail to establish this distribution at our highs, right? So like if we go to our 5-minute chart, I think our 5 shows it pretty well. Turn off everything. Right, like what we just did, it was try to find value outside of yesterday's value and today, right? We have the same value area basically. So like what's really important is we failed to establish outside of yesterday's value. We held value low of yesterday, right? That's what we bounced off of that caused this giant move up. But what we are failing to do now is establish over.
Seeing the dollar index dropping after Trump cancels Iran strikes, now last down about 0.07%.
right? So we need to, this node that we're building out here.
Also, the euro gaining against the dollar after Trump cancels the Iran strikes last, up about 0.07%.
Or what
also,
are we going
the
to
dollar
do?
losing ground against the yen, last down about 0.17%.
Right, like this is the only thing that matters, is can we sustain here above these highs from yesterday? Or do we rotate back through our balance? So as long as we're trying to find this bid here at this like 55 to 40 area, right, we're in an okay spot. But again, like as soon as we start to fail at these highs, we know where we're headed, right? It's a balance day. So this is our first attempt to break out of this balance. And if we can sustain here, right, we're in an okay spot, right? It's flagging. Great. We're holding these previous highs. We're trying to establish here above previous day value high. Then we can go up, and then we can rotate up to like 390.
Seeing shares of banks up in session so far. So JP Morgan up 1.3%, Goldman Sachs up 1.8%, Wells Fargo up 0.6%, Citi up 2.5%, Bank of America up 1%, and Morgan Stanley up 1.9%.
The issue
so again,
is
shares of US big banks gain after Trump cancels strikes against Iran.
Is that these guys are just absolutely cooked up here. So now we just need to see some sort of like sustained secondary buy start to step in and be like, no, we want to establish here, right? Like we want to hold this. So this is what that looks like on footprint, that same area. So let me turn off drawings so you can see that big node, right? This is that level, right? So what are we going to do here now that we've established? Are we going to be able to rotate up and do this as our new rotation here above our highs, you know, sustain into this and then go? Or do we get back in, right, and then reoffer and then do this into end of day? Because if we do this, yeah, then this liquidity is off sides and we should then take out our bow low. You have the right idea. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Right now, right, like you can see them trying to pressure down into this, and if they get caught, right, just like these buyers got caught in our highs, right, get caught in our highs, we'll watch to see if they establish themselves into our lows. One of the easiest things that you can do, this isn't like clear cut, but I want you guys to start focusing on this
Israel's
setup.
Channel 12 says Israel was surprised by Trump's tweet. Netanyahu was informed about it during a meeting of the cabinet. Sorry, I'm just letting him talk. This is the thing I want you to look for if you want to start spotting potential trapped traders. It's not 100%, right? But like it's a good way to start visualizing it. Is, let me bring up this graphic. Thought this was great. We talk about the value area all the time. Of course, it's too big, dude. Like what? We talk about the value area of our footprint candles. That's still big? Oh no, I've got drawings off. Okay. So what does it mean if price closes outside of value and all of that liquidity is below us? And then the next candle opens up in the opposite direction of the candle that we close out of value. What does that mean? Like all this liquidity is entrapped, right? And then we have initiative participants pushing price up, right? So it's a good setup to start looking for with our value in place of being like, oh yeah, like that's a classic, you know, right side of V where we're then holding and pushing. So what we're going to be looking for is trap deltas outside, and then we close and participate in the opposite direction. So you can start looking for this kind of setup. It can be incredibly helpful to give you an idea of which way you should be looking to trade. It's kind of a no-brainer, but sometimes like these moments click, where it's like, oh yeah, wait, why would I be looking for a short if this liquidity is trapped below and we're seeing an initiative buy around the open of the new candle? We've got like very clear absorption or lows with this wicking, right? And then we'll just look for, but you can then add to that, and it's like, oh, well, we have our profile, right? We have a profile on our candles. Who's up into these highs? Who's off sides into these candles, right?
that gives you an idea of a bias. So the indicator has us as a rebid potential here at this 100 to 75. So it caught this as a rebid, and we're watching to see if this will hold. If not, it's looking for a pullback down to 900. That's what it has set up. Same thing here on ES. We're watching to see if this liquidity can be taken, which is what that says. So we're pulling back and we're trying to eat into this liquidity for rotations up. If this fails, I'd be looking for this.
Barrack Rabbit now on X, just adding some further details. According to the sources, Iranian officials told several nations on Thursday that Tehran talks produced an agreement in principle, but Khamenei still needed to give final approval.
I'd be looking for this for the downside if we were going to flip. Same thing here. Very clear pivot here into our highs. I think that this is your afternoon plan, if I had to guess.
Also from Rabbit, he says that the source noted that both the Iranians and Qataris had emphasized that the US strikes overnight significantly increased Iranian suspicions about Trump's real intentions.
I have no clue. All I know is I will not be participating. That's all I know about the SpaceX IPO. Which hopefully means that it goes to $1 billion for you guys, but ain't no way am I touching that. There's that meme where it's like, if I trade it, I'm exit liquidity. If I don't trade it, then it goes to 2 million. So that'll be me. It's the truth. All right, I'm out of here. I can't stay for the full session. I can't do it. I refuse. But yeah, just watch your big pivot here, right? Like this is it. Either we find acceptance outside of yesterday's value, and then we do this as our rotation, like we talked about, which is what they're trying to do now, or we flip back below and then we reoffer it, and then we look for this as a rotation down, right? We hold or we don't. Nothing crazy. Just range. Yeah. Which one? This one?
According to Al Arabiya, citing Arabic sources,
Yeah.
Iran's foreign minister may visit Pakistan Saturday, next Saturday. There's Al Arabiya, citing Arab sources that Iran's foreign minister Arakchi may head to Pakistan next Saturday.
This is already linked, but here you go. And then here's the higher time frame. And here's all of them. This is these three charts are pinned in intraday ideas if you ever need them. All right. Yep. That's it for me. What a day. Holy. I feel like I aged in 3 years today. All right, peace. I will see you all tomorrow, bright and early. They're still absorbing here into 72 on ES so far, but maybe they flip it. This is what that looks like. This is what this looks like right now. So we have, just before I leave, size taken into our lows here, into our 50. Size being taken in heavily into the 72.80, right? So we just have this range that's being developed, which we already talked about. But now you're just watching to see if we can get some sort of a bid above these. And we're just traversing in between these participants here. If we can start to look up, sick, right? If not, absorption here again, rotation back down. Nothing crazy. Do you want me to leave this chart up on screen? I can just like stream it on just the ES. Or do you want me to leave the footprint charts up like this and then stream that in the afternoon? Okay, so I'll keep this up then, just like I did yesterday. And if you find it useful, you find it useful. If not, then that's okay as well. And then I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, and then I'll just stream in Discord for you guys for the afternoon on this screen. All right, appreciate it. See you all tomorrow. Later.